Good evening. Welcome to session number 14. Today is September 24th, 19 EST. Today has been a bit of a cloudy day. Not the best weather at this time. But yeah. Alright. So, hello, welcome to the evening live session. And as you can see, this is like a different type of setup. And I'll explain it in pretty shortly. So, and yeah, I'm a little bit congested, so I apologize for that. All right, moving on. Let's see. All right, so previously from the last session, it was part two of the illustration of Drift Loud. I was mostly just adding the details and lighting and shading of the illustration itself. Unfortunately, right now, I mean, that thing is still like a work in progress. Ideally, I should get that done by the end of Saturday. But we're going to move on and try something a little different. So I think this is the second sketch session that I had. The last one I had was J. Armin. But yeah, so for today, we're actually going to be doing a live sketch of Oswald Cullen. And I have it right here. So it's actually going to be a sketch that I was trying to finish for some time, like months ago. However, ever since the whole art trade thing, I kind of have to stop for a moment and focus on that. But thankfully, I managed to have some time to get to that. So thankfully, we can now do this. But before we do that, I'm going to do some warm up. But I'll get to that in just a moment. Let's see. Okay, we'll just see the first people who came in. So Annie Dreamon and Laika Chris, nice to see you. Nice to see you two here. And when it comes to anything new, honestly, there isn't like anything like no updates at this point. I would say the only thing I'll just remind is I'll just post it right here. I've switched up the whole like donation part thing. So I mean, coffee is still available, but I think this is like a more accessible version. I did enable text-to-speech, so if you do wish to type in your response and stuff like that, you're free to do so. This is still like an experimental thing, so I mean, it's all up to you. I'm not going to force you to do it, but the option is there. Okay. Besides that, so for the newcomers, I'll just say as usual, we're going to do 1 hour, what I call rounds. We're going to do a 15-minute break in the between, and we're going to keep going until I conclude. Simple as that. Now, when it comes to the plan and the milestone for today, so the first hour is actually going to be a bit of a warm-up. It's actually a sketch that I've actually made earlier today. It was like a bit of a quick sketch I've made earlier, which is this guy. I want to dedicate an hour on refining this guy just to clean him up and just to make it look good as I can. That'll be the warm-up. And once I finish that, then we can finally move on to the sketch that I've been talking about with Oswald Cullen. If I can get that done early, then with the remaining time, I can move on to another prompt that I have in mind. Actually written down in here, so hopefully we can get to that point. That's the whole plan for today. Nothing too crazy, so I'm gonna move these guys out of the way. Let's just zoom this guy in. Let's see. Let's move this guy out of the way as well. And let's see. I'd say for today, we're not going to go like something too crazy with music-wise. We're going to go something a little more laid back. So this will be the first track for today. And this is from Obsidian Soundfields. So that's that. All right, I'm going to stop talking. We're going to start working. Actually, I do need to talk a bit. All right, so the plan is actually this character itself is actually I was simply just fooling around and just sketched up from It's from a character that I saw a while back, and it simply just drew him for the sake of it. However, the more I thought about it, it's like, yeah, I did it, but the more I thought of it, it's like, why not? I can start designing the friend of Oswald Collins. So that's going to be the plan for the first hour. I'm going to take this design and fix them up a bit, and just simply take it my spin to see what I can do with it. So that'll be the plan. I mean, this is my second time doing this, so hopefully this goes well. Now I know with the eyes, I mean that's kind of what the original looked like, but I'm going to take these out and actually going to modify it with the design of the eyes I've been used to for some time. Nice to see you, intrusive Banneret. The mouth itself, I'm debating if I should keep that for now or not. For now, I'm going to leave it as is. But the one thing I want to do is replace the hat. Um, it has like a bit of a carpenter hat from the original, but I figure for Oswald Friend, I don't think that would be the best choice because I don't know, this feels a little awkward. So I'm going to replace it with something a little different. I remember teasing a bit about like 2 or 3 weeks. I think it's like 3 or 4 weeks ago. I teased a bit with what Oswald's friend will be. I forgot who. I think it was Cat or Sleepy Cat who suggested the idea of having Oswald as have like some sort of friend, and I mean, it has been an interesting idea for some time, but I never really thought of it at all. But when he mentioned that, I kind of jokingly um, did it during a free for all session. That was with another sketch, which was Clover from Undertale Yellow, and I just simply threw stuff together just because. But it eventually it just, I guess it kind of just made sense, and I just kind of enjoyed like the overall idea of it. So I decided to might as well keep the character for now. Of course, there are some elements that I'm going to change up compared to what he looked like at first. So we'll see on that. Hello, Catboy next door. Uh, you're close. Sorry, a bit of a little slight false advertising. Um, so what I'm doing right now is this was a sketch I did earlier today, and you know, I like the way it looks like. So this was like a sketch that I kind of messed around earlier today. This is actually Oswald's friend. I haven't came up with a name yet, but it was like from a sketch I found, I'd replicate it, and I'm going to flesh it up a bit. So that's what I'm doing right now. After this one, after the first hour, then we're gonna move on to the actual sketch that I'm gonna be talking about. So consider this a warm up. I appreciate the compliment, Catboy. Yeah, I'm still getting used to the this whole layout. His shirt looks big as his pants too. Yeah, that's what's the original design where I kind of appropriate this from. He does have oversized garments. I always like that aesthetic. Of course, I need to change up the design a bit to make it more appropriate. I like my clothing big in general too. That means he has good taste. I mean, funnily enough, I too, hey Remoot. Funnily enough, I too enjoy like oversized garments myself. I mentioned this a while back, but um, in the past, well, currently in the summer, my cowboy has that as well. Recently, I mean, you know about Yeezys with the whole the shoes that sort of thing with Adidas. Well, he actually also has other collaborators besides Adidas. He collaborated with Nike in the past, and recently in 22 up to 23, um, he actually collaborated with Gap to create the Yeezy Gap Balenciaga collab. That is where he had a huge line of clothing from jackets to shirts and stuff like that. And with Balenciaga, they're kind of known for having that oversized aesthetic. Um, and not just that, but their garments is extremely good quality. Not just for like the sake of like being fancy, schmancy, kind of like bougie type of like garment. No, these are really good garments that I have never like I personally enjoy. It's kind of like that Carhartt feel, but point being, when that drop came out, I remember just grabbing like an oversized hoodie to anorak to parka, and I overall love the aesthetic. Like this is exactly what I'm looking for. If you look up on Bing or DuckDuckGo on the whole lookbook of it, you might see what I'm talking about. But I adore that aesthetic. Like that's something I've been dreaming of for some time. Sadly, ever since the whole infamous interview came along, he kind of had to shut down the entire thing, and the whole collaboration ended. But 2 years later, which is this summer, apparently there was like this wholesale liquidation of Gap. Apparently, Gap has been trying to get rid of all this stuff for a while. They tried selling off to the China wholesale market. Um, let's see. They tried selling off the China wholesale market, but people caught wind of it and they had to remove it. Like it's been passed down to many different people until it's now in the hands of certain people, which is good because now they're able to sell them in a very reasonable price. So ever since that, I've been able to get my hands on some of the unreleased pieces, from the T-shirts to the cargos and stuff like that. And thanks to that, like thanks to that wholesale, a lot of the garments I've been able to own, and that became the huge inspiration on some garments on certain characters, like Zymir with the whole cargo look, and Oswald with the pants themselves to maybe the jacket itself. Well, jacket is something else, but point being, a lot of this, I too love the whole oversized instead, especially if it's heavy. That's the biggest factor. If it's like the heavy, thick garment, that's another thing I really like, because thin ones, I don't know. To me, it just feels like doesn't feel right. If you would see the full drawing that Sandular made, you would clearly see how the hoodie is big. If you can DM me exactly that, if you can DM me that, I'll appreciate it, just so I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, I'm slowly getting used to the whole flow of it. The challenge is to balance between the camera, the stand, and of course not having my face shown in the camera. That's kind of the trickiest part. But I mean, I mean, it's kind of inevitable at this point. Like if it pops out, if it pops out. I mean, I can't really. The best I can do is just try not to. I know that Oswald also had the tooth gap, but for this one, what I'm going to do is this. I don't want the two having the same look, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do that. That way, it's little different in some way. All right, good start. Good start. I'll get back to the hat in a moment. We're gonna move on to the we're gonna move on to the top and that part itself. Now this part is gonna be a little. I'm gonna let you guys be give me suggestions on the design, like what graphic or what it should look like what accessories you should have. I'm open to suggestions, so if you have an idea, go for it. And if it's something that caught my eye, I'll do it. But until then, I'm going to make my best judgment for this part. Yeah, just give me a couple minutes. I'm just going to find any references I can get. This is not Oswald. This is Oswald's friend. I do not have the. He does not yet have a name yet. So, yeah. No, he does not have a name yet. What I'm doing is I'm planning to redesign the shirt itself and a long sleeve. So if you have suggestions or what you want it look like, I'm all for ideas. But until then, I'm going to try and find my own ideas. All right, I have a slight idea right now. It will be QTs. So some first name with Q and last one with T. Quentin. Um, I'm gonna write this down. I like that. I like the initial as is. Yeah. I'll think of something for that. If you can recognize the brand, I will congratulate you. Actually, this does give me a better idea. I remember. Um, yeah, we'll keep that, and actually, let's do this. I'm not sure if it happens in your place, but I remember uh, back in like in 12, like back in the 2010s, I remember this being like the ultimate aesthetic, especially with the gym sack in the back. That was like peak. I'm going to bring back the striped sweater because I remember that was like the peak at the time. So we'll include that. Give me a couple minutes. I have an idea what I can do with the pants. Just give me 1 minute. It's funny. It's like at one hand, your mind goes in one direction, thinking that that might be the best choice, but all it takes is just one element of the design to steer you into a totally different direction. So that's just what's happening. I'll explain my full reasoning in the end, but I can tell you, originally I was not meant to, this is not the design I was thinking of, like at first. But I'm kind of liking what it's looking so far. All right, now I have an idea. Hang on. I have one less accessory in mind. All right, stand by. Let me fix that. There we go. We're back to life. All right, let's see. Yeah, that's what we have so far. I mean, I'm liking what we got so far. Um, I'm gonna go back to the hat because I have something in mind. Yeah, the issue with that cap is that it's too obvious, which I mean, it could work because I mean technically people in Philly wore that hat, but I don't want to be too on the nose. So, I mean, granted, this brand I don't think anyone has heard of this anymore, but I figured it's like consider this like a nice paid tribute. So hopefully you guys know what it is. yeah, hopefully you guys know what this cap is. Yeah, this is the progress we have so far. Um, I mean, compared to what he was before, just want to angle this right. I mean, not bad. With the remaining 13 minutes, I'm going to add some little extra details, maybe some shading, and I'd say during break time we can find that name of him. I figure with the remaining 7 minutes, I can just add some shading and maybe some extra details here and there because I feel like I got everything I need. All right, that's the first track done. That is Obsidian. Let's see. Actually, I forgot. That was Obsidian Soundfield, so I'll just type it down. All right. For the next track, I'm gonna let you guys be the judge. Do you want us? Do you want to go for more relaxed tone, or do you want to go for more something more energetic? This next one is all up to you. All right. I guess I'll choose the next one. So we're just gonna go back to some Aphex Twins for now. But once we get to round two, we can kick it up a notch. Whoops. And with that, we're at the end of round one. So let me just pull this back. Yeah, I mean, compared to where we were before, I feel like we kind of I feel like I made a decent change on the design of the character. Originally, I mean, it was just simply just I just threw it out there just because, and I didn't really think too much of it. But the more I drafted the character, it kind of there were some elements that made me think that leaned towards that destination. Uh, in whoops. So with that. So originally, from the compared to the first design of him back in was it 3 weeks ago, I just simply threw in like the Phillies jersey to the Phillies cap, and I mean it was cute, but I feel like it was too obvious of where he's from. Like it's too much of a giveaway. So I want to steer clear from that and try something a little different. Oswald has more of a grungy kind of workwear aesthetic, and for this character, I wanted to try something a little more contrasting from that because having two characters with a similar aesthetic may be a little bit mundane. So after a while, I mean, I don't know. My mind was leaning towards more of the 2000s era skater aesthetic, like the Hot Topic and kind of stuff. I figured it might fit perfectly for him, especially kind of like the scene at that place. Because remember, when I used to be in Philly, I remember encountering some people like that, and I remember a couple times I would encounter like BMX ATVs like blazing through like the street of Philly. I remember that was a thing, so I figured that might be the best fit for him. So there's that. Um, I'll be right back. I just need to check on something. So, in the meantime, I'll just keep this up, and I'll be back. I have returned. Okay. With the remaining 10 minutes, let's try this. Let's try to find the name of this character. So QT, that's gonna be our biggest factor. So I'll have a look right now. I think I'm slowly. I think I got the name. I just need to find the last name. Hang on. All right, I think I got it. What you think of this? Yeah, that's it. How's that? Thank you, Wiimote. Yeah, I just wrote down the name of this character. I just want your people's judgment on that. I'd say we're going to stick with that name for now. Let me just write it down before I forget. All right, let's see. Yeah, we'll stick with that. All right. Let me move on to. Let me bring up the other one. There we go. Possibly in the future, maybe I'll bring him back in future prompts of Oswald. But I'd say this is a good exercise of an updated design of Quinn. So hopefully you enjoy this little warm up of him. I mean, personally, I did enjoy redesigning him. It's kind of fun just having to take something that, like, starting with one design like as is and kind of updating it and making it a little bit more interesting. So it was an interesting challenge, and I personally enjoy it. But yeah, that's Noboyo in the collection. So maybe I'll tease it next Tuesday, or you know what? I figure next Tuesday I'll make this public, just the sketch itself. But yeah, that's the warm up. Let's actually get to the main event that you guys are looking for, which is this. So as I said, this thing took me quite a while in the past. I think this is like the longest sketch I've done so far. It's kind of almost done. All I got to do is some bits. So there was like some of these parts right here is not yet refined or cleaned up, so I got to establish that part. This top part needs to be established as well. This element down here, the angle of this plate is incorrect, so that needs to be fixed. This one I'm going to keep. The Red Bull can, maybe I might keep it, because I mean you can only do so much with the details on that part. But this is the main event that I want to get to. But we're going to hold it off in just 3 minutes. But until then, I mean, might as well just do the usual shout outs to people who's still sticking around. So let's see. N.A. Dreamon, Leica Chris, Shirley Vega, Catboy Next Door, and Weemoot. Nice to see you guys still sticking around. So yeah, hope in 3 minutes we'll get back to on this. Okay, that's the end of break time. We're gonna move on to this. All right, so The plan for today, the plan for this hour is I want to refine and get all the line art of all the missing elements of this illustration, of the sketch. I want to take care of this part right here, fix some elements, and refine those parts itself. And after that, I mean, that's technically it. I don't want to do all the shading. I don't want to do all that. I'm going to save that just when I get to the whole illustration part. Excuse me. Once I digitize the entire thing, I can focus on that part. But until then, I only care about is just getting those parts defined. And after that, with if I feel like it, we're gonna move on to another prompt for Oswald. So that's the idea. Yeah, unfortunately, there's I can't do much with the background, unfortunately. So I'm gonna have to keep going on and off with home mic. I need to get this room ventilated because it's not. It's pretty warm here. Let's say that. All right, I'm gonna stop talking. Let's get some a little more energetic, and we'll get started.
House of Bands, curated by Boiler Room. Coming up next is Gesaffelstein. Behind us, please make some room. Come on, guys, behind us, please make some room.
I figured might as well just share off, share exactly what tools I use on for my sketches. So I'll type down what I use, but I'll just say. So for the exercise part, I did the Moleskine sketchbook. That's what I used, and I used a Muji 5mm mechanical pencil. I'll just type it down right now. For this one, since this is all already sketched out, I'm going to move on to something a little more exact, which is this guy. So I'm going to stop the timer, and I'll just type down my tools. All right, let's get started. Yeah, the unfortunate part on this area itself is the image that I have. There isn't much information I can use from that, so I'm gonna go by estimate on this. Yeah, unfortunately on this part, this is where this is mostly pentalobe screws because these pieces technically you're not supposed to. An average like user should not be able to have access to this piece, but I'm going to include it just because. Yeah, this is the part where it gets a little tricky, so I gotta be a little careful with some of the pieces. This part kind of dread a bit. This this area right here. That's where the needle is supposed to puncture, where the area that you want to embroider. Yeah, unfortunately, I kind of lost my train of thought on like which reference images I use. So I'm gonna go by estimate and roughly calculate where the pieces should be on this element right here. All right. I got the so it looks like this part I kind of established. I did butcher a bit on accuracy with some of the pieces. Maybe I kind of like went a little over with the angles, but given what I have, I mean, I can only do so much with the reference I got. Technically, this area, technically it's done. I gotta double check one more time before I move on to another piece of of this piece. right, this element I took care of. That's good. This middle part, I'm going to just refine the lines just a bit because it's like a little bit smudgy at the moment. Don't worry, we'll get to the boyo in a moment. Might as well zoom in so you guys can see. Okay, that's a little bit butchered, but let me see if I can fix up just a tad bit. I might as well include the spring. Actually, no, I don't have to. No. Hang on. Yeah, so this part itself is actually a cover, so I don't have to show it. Like all the exposed springs, which is located right here. I don't have to show that, so that's good. Told you we'd get it, Oswald. yeah, what I want to do is I want to update the look of it. I figure I might have to fix this part. Alright, that somewhat makes sense, I guess. Alright, that's a slight update to Oswald for here. Just gonna add some slight bit of shading, and I'll move on to the rest of the pieces of this sketch. Yeah, I want to take care of the flashlight that he has right here. All right, that's established. The last thing I got, well, there's some last minute, there's some last elements I gotta take care of. So, with the remaining 10 minutes, let's see how much I can get done. Thank you, Catboy. I guess you're referring to Quinn Toliver, correct? Perfect. Yeah, there's actually kind of a funny story behind that, but I'll discuss that during break. Yeah, the next part I want to tackle is these these um these pillars, spinners. Honestly, I don't know the name. I don't know the official name of them. You really put a lot of effort into the machinery. Thank you, Shirley. Is this whole machinery is an embroidery machine. I'll explain it during break time. With about 2 minutes, I'm going to focus on just these discs, and then we'll conclude round two. I might have butchered the discs, but that's okay. I know we're at the end of round 2, but I want to keep on going just a bit. Yeah, unfortunately they're a little bit butchered, but given like the amount of given the size I have, and this is like my first time doing this kind of stuff, this is the best I could do at the moment. But hey, I mean, it's a good start. It's a good start, I guess. Just going to add these little threads, and then I'm gonna conclude round 2. Okay, that's round 2. Let me pull this back up. All right, here is the progress we have so far. Just gonna let it zoom out. Okay, I'm gonna have to hold this up. I mean, it may not look like a lot has changed, but I would tell you, I finally add details. I finally add the missing details on the right side with the third embroidery machine. I refined some elements in here. I fixed up Oswald just a bit, like added some extra details and extra things. Just tidying them a bit, just so it's like a little more refined. And right now I'm actually taking care of this part right here. I want to take care of the disc up top. The only things that's left is I want to take care of this cover because it's a little awkward. And I think there isn't all that much I can do on this part. So I might going to have to leave it for that, but I might refine this part. So that, and that'll be it. that's the progress we have so far with this sketch. Oh, and also maybe refine the needles. So, sorry, hang on. Okay, in order to describe this, I'm going to have to pull up PureRef. So there we go. Okay, so what you're seeing here is actually is a Tajima TFMX-MX-2-C1506. Quite a name, I know. Now, this embroidery machine itself, it is something that I managed to get my hands on. I didn't own one, but I operated, well, quote unquote, operated one back when I used to work at the farmer's market a bit, but I did get more of a hands-on when I was at the startup company that I was talking about. So this machine is the exact machine that I happened to be around during that time. And getting this kind of machine, I mean, obviously, is pretty expensive. Let's say that. The story of how I got the images right here, because look, the Tajima, these type of industrial machines, I mean, you're kind of lucky to actually find any good videos detailing or showing good close-ups of the machines themselves. I mean, if it's like firearms or very popular like machinery, yeah, of course you can go to YouTube and find them like right, no problem. You can find multiple angles and different types of models. But with something like this is a very specific industry equipment. So your chance of actually being able to see one of those or get a good close-up or getting any additional information of this is pretty tough. I mean, you may have to dig up forums and maybe some auction sites to get some pictures, but getting like multiple images of one specific thing, one specific model is gonna be quite difficult. So thankfully, I managed to get this. And before you say, my NDA expired last year, so I have full liberty to actually show this. Yes, I have to send an NDA for this. So what Oswald is doing, let me show. So what he's doing is he's actually doing the maintenance routine of these embroidery machines, because these machines you do need a good amount of maintenance of these. There's two types of maintenance of these embroideries. There is the weekly and there's the monthly. What he's doing is the weekly maintenance of the machine. So going back to here, so part of the weekly maintenance is to actually use this oil right here, or lubricant, to actually go to some specific parts of the machine itself, from the hoop element right here to inside like the needle, and even up here, like with all the springs where the needle itself plunges to the cap to make the embroidery. Why this is important? Because these machines are constantly operating non-stop with that force. And think about it, these machines, they have to embroidered maybe 50 to 60 caps a day, or even more, because these are industrial machines. So they're meant to handle like a very large quantity of garments. But yeah, again, you take this and you actually lubricant the like the gears, the springs, just exactly what Oswald is doing. This is exactly what you're supposed to do right there. You're supposed to take these drops and put like on here, maybe inside the machine, here and there. That's essentially what you have to do. The monthly maintenance is you have to go to the back of the machine and you have to take grease and you have to lubricant the gears. And those master gears, they're the one responsible of moving around these guys right here. These guys actually move. So that master gear is really important to be well like lubricated and move freely. Otherwise, you're going to have a lot of problems. And the last thing you want is a very lengthy repair, especially when you have a big order or like a big quote that you got to fulfill. that is like time is money on this type of stuff. So yeah, so how I got these. I was instructed one time. Well, this is last minute as always from these people. I was instructed to create training videos with the business partner at the time, and we made 3 videos. One was to work with the threads up top of these little guys, so that was part 1. Part 2 was actually the working with the controller. You can't see it from these images, but there's a computer on the side that it operates the entire thing, and that's how you upload all your designs for it to be embroidered on caps or t-shirts. And the third one is actually, oh, I'm sorry, training video number 2, that was how to hoop the garments from the cap to even the shirt. That was training video number 2. Training video number 3, this is how you actually maintain the machine, from like lubricant on the pieces and even the gears on the back of the machine. I find this kind of interesting because it shows you like how much length is required to keep these machines running, and what's kind of like the process of doing that. Because besides embroidery, at my time, I had to do a lot of printing t-shirts, and the machine I use is the Shirt Color F2000. I remember that I remember that with the bottom of my heart. And if you don't know what it is, I'm going to show you guys what it looks like. And this guy is big. And again, like I said, my NDA expired, so if these guys try to come after me, just note that my NDA expired, so I can say whatever I want. Is this guy right here. This was the printer that I had to use during that time. And I remember this too does require a good amount of maintenance. Like from printing the shirts, you got to test print on this glass right here to ensure that the print head is correct. And before we leave, like at the end of the day, I had to do some drops of the gears to ensure that the gears and the pieces are well lubricated. So this is something I had to do. Oh, and after you print, it actually produces waste from all like the excess ink and stuff like that, and it drips down to a bucket. One time I remember, I'm not sure what happened, but there was a leakage and there's a bunch of black ink that just spills all over, which was not fun. Let's say there was a big shouting match from that day. But this was the machine that I had to use most of the time during my shift at the farmer's market. So this is kind of like I guess you can say this is my paid tribute to that timeline. Both the Berlin and the warehouse era in some way. I mean, I know that this may not be like fascinating or crazy to some people, but I mean, I've always enjoyed like learning the operations and like on this industrial stuff itself. While I may never be able to unfortunately, I don't think I'll ever be able to get my hands on these things ever again. I would like to get back. I would like one day to experiment and play around with these. Possibly have my own, making my own caps and my own shirts embroidered in, and get a good feel out of it. Because with these machines, I mean, there's the individual ones. Like it's just like a singular one. I think that's usually for home business and like startups. That's how people usually start. Then there's the 3-head version and the 6-head version. And how we managed to get this machine itself, because it's kind of interesting. Because this 6-head embroidery machine, we bought it from a custom apparel shop in Berlin that was going out of business. My boss bought the company, and they essentially liquidate the entire thing. When we arrived to the place, the whole place was a fucking mess. And I emphasize the fucking, because when we arrived, the floor was horribly, like, it was dirty. It was filled with paint and ink. And in the closet, it was called like the waste closet. And there was a huge amount of like misprinted garments, hoodies and stuff like that, just piled up, all soaked. Some were moldy. It was disgusting. And some of the machinery, I mean, thankfully some are good condition, but some of them were, obviously not well maintained by the owner. I remember I was just there for one time, and I was instructed to grab all the equipment much as we can. And I remember the former owner just simply staying there, and in some way he was kind of a bit emotional. I remember one time we had to grab the computer, and he just said, "Why do you grab the computer?" And the boss I remember my boss just simply says, "Hey, this is part of the purchase." And I remember him during there, he was boasting, "This is what an organized company looks like." And I remember he whipped out his iPhone and recorded us for his Instagram reel for that. Like, he was boasting about, like, this is the symbol of what is it? I can't remember exactly the words, but I remember him saying, "This is what an organized company looks like. We're all in unison." That sort of shit. It's still, yeah, it does still stings having to live back in that time, but we did that. I remember I accidentally stepped on white ink, and I accidentally stepped on my boss's truck. His truck was a Toyota pickup truck, 1786 edition. I remember that as well. He doesn't have the truck anymore, so I can say that. Oh yeah, the embroidery machine. That's what I'm talking. That's the main element. Okay, how we got it. This 6-head embroidery machine. We had the truck, and we had this like extra carrier in the back, like this little shed thing that with wheels. Unfortunately, this thing is too big to fit, and I think we already have something else fit in it. So my boss actually had to contact someone last minute, and it was about to rain. Thankfully, the guy came in on time, and we carried the equipment just in time. Like, right as we got the 6-head embroidery machine in our warehouse, it was just about to rain. So we grabbed it, we pulled it in time, and that's how it is. So that was quite a day. And I remember that day I was feeling really miserable. Like, I remember wanting to run away from that time. But I mean, stuff like that kind of makes you remember that you got to really show a lot of care on what you do. And to some, they may think, "Oh, I can just start a business like making custom shirts and hats, and just it'll generate money." I mean, yes, you can, but with stuff like that, you got to really get into, like, you got to really invest your time on learning about the machinery, the maintenance behind it, understanding all the tricks, along with what the best softwares and stuff to use on those things. Because when we grabbed the computer, it was actually running Windows XP, and I'll let me just switch. Let's go with Live at Los Angeles. There we go. Yeah, it's like you got to invest. I mean, okay, the computer, it was a Windows XP, and we got the software that's in the PC itself. And apparently, the disk and all the softwares used to generate the designs and put it into the embroidery machines, apparently those cost $1,000 to actually own. So the fact that we have them is incredible. And I think we ended up using those designs for custom pins and like simple like caps here and there. So that's the story about this embroidery machine, how I got it. And thankfully, one last bit before we get it to round 3. So I made these training videos. I did the recording, but I had my virtual staff at the time do the editing, and I remember I had him revise maybe 3 or 4 times because of it. But the day when I made my formal resignation, and they never told me in my last day, so before then I had to essentially just bit by bit try to back up everything I can on my hard drive and everything before that day comes. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to save everything, so I kind of lost most of the work I've done. But thankfully, the training videos, like the raw ones, I happen to still have. So thankfully, with those, this is I'd be able to grab screenshots of the recording footage I got, and that's how I've been able to make this illustration, this sketch that you see right here. So you can thank them for this sketch to happen. And yeah, I mean, it's been very interesting to learn the machine, like learning the parts and just getting like a good dissection of like detailing and illustrating the pieces that you see right here. To me, I find it interesting. All right, give me a couple of seconds. Just need to clear my throat. I'm just gonna fill up my water. I'll be right back. I'm gonna pause the music for a moment. All right, I'm back. I apologize for that. I had to grab some water before we go. Before we continue to round 3. Okay. Let me just reposition this camera. I'll do the shout outs in just a moment, and then we'll continue on to round 3. So right now the plan is I want to, let's see, I want to take care of the disc on top, refine the needles up here, fix up the cover, that part right there. And if I got extra time, then I'm going to do some last minute details on some elements, and I think we can conclude this sketch. I could go further, but it's best to not waste it and save it for the finalization or digitizing of the sketch. Not sure when that will happen, but it's best to not waste too much time. That will end up just being a waste. So there's that. All right, let's see who the people. Let's see the people who's still sticking by. So we got Annie Draymond, Missing Pencil, Shirley Vega, Cowboy Next Door, and Weemoot. Thank you guys for still sticking around. All right, and now we can continue. That a young boy like Oswald knows how the machine works is pretty impressive. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the thing. It's like Oswald is pretty good with machinery, especially with embroidery, with maintenance on industrial machines. So I figured if he knows that, then he should know this. I mean, technically, this machine is kind of easy to work with if you just know the steps. I say easy by quotes because, unfortunately, if you're like under stress, well, where with my environment when I was working with this type of stuff, it was a very like harsh and stressful environment, and unfortunately, I wasn't able to operate well on that condition. So what happens is I tend to make a lot of mistakes, and I forget things instantly. To detail like how bad the environment is, let's say with the amount of stress I have, you can tell me an instruction right in my face, and 5 seconds later I'll instantly forget. Like that's how bad it is. So I ended up having to bring my notebook with me everywhere, and I have to detail exactly everything what people says, from the phone to even the people speaking in front of me. Otherwise, I will forget. I remember even having to reread instructions like 3-4 times to ensure that I got it correct. I'm not sure if it's just me, but that's how I felt during that time. I mean, thankfully I've gotten better and I learned to take my time, and I mean, thankfully I'm in the better work environment, so I'm able to combat that. But still, I mean, I would say if I was put in the better environment, like people who like not in the very like screaming and everything's at 11 type of thing, like surrounded by tech bros, maybe I would be more used. Maybe I will actually operate these guys a lot more. Yeah, as you can tell, I would love to get my hands on these guys once again. Like actually, really, actually wanted to play with these guys. Obviously, they cost a lot of money, so I mean, it won't happen anytime soon. One thing I'll add is with Oswald in the story. I mean, he is pretty good with machineries, and he's able to operate and do all the orders, like all the customs. But of course, he has a tendency to get carried away and be very forgetful. Like, at one hand, he's very good, but on the other hand, he's very clumsy and forgetful. So it's like a battle between your skills versus adapting or surviving in the environment that he's in. So I figured including that in the story as like an interesting perspective from that thing, because like you want to like what you do, and I really did try my best to like what I do from that job. It's just, I mean, like I said, the environment is not fit for my needs. So, I mean, it's unfortunate, but I mean, it shows like my limitations and how to work around it. The one thing I'll add is I mentioned this already to someone, but I'll mention it here. And again, like I'll keep repeating this to the guys, to the people who, to the people who happens to see this. My NDA expired last year, so I can say whatever the fuck I want. I have to emphasize that because I don't know how aggressive these people can be, so I want to put on a record. During my 4th or 5th month in that place, I remember my boss boasting about how, let's just say my boss is like the definition of a tech bro, and he's a huge Elon Musk dick sucker. And I really emphasize that because I remember him talking about like NFTs, real estate, talking about how amazing Elon Musk is, like how inspirational he is. I mean, granted, this is before he bought Twitter and he became the man he is now. But I remember he was like really boasting everything about him. And I remember one time he said something about that if this company reaches $4 million, I'm going to buy your old Cybertruck. Like, I remember him saying that, and at the time, I didn't believe it because I'd like to say he made a lot of promises that he never fulfilled. But this Sunday, so every Sunday I would drive to my IRL friend's house because we just hang out, watch movies, play games, rage at Smash, that sort of thing, and play some board games. And during my drive, I will pass by the warehouse where that startup company is. Those guys, and I would just see them, just seeing what's up, and occasionally give them the finger from everything they've done because you can see my respect to them. This Sunday, I happened to drive by, and what do you know? My boss bought the Cybertruck, and it was there. So yeah, I'll be seeing that truck a lot more, and gives me a justified reason to hate the truck now. I mean, I'll just say, given the reputation of the reliability of the truck, I'll give the truck maybe 4 or 5 months before he resorts back to his old truck, which I don't know if he still has it. I mean, to me, the Cybertruck is kind of an interesting, like, design-wise, yeah, it is polarizing, and in a way, it's kind of cool. I mean, it's interesting, I'll say the least, but unfortunately, there's a lot of things that holds it back. I mean, for one, I don't know about you guys, but when it comes to me, it's like I love cars, I love like tech stuff that has buttons, like things are a lot more like tactile and things that you are confident that will work. Like the best example I can give you is this guy right here. This is my, let me just zoom out. So this is my Sony Clie, and this is it's a PDA, simple as that. I mean, it's basic. I mean, I just use it just to show them like my kind of like my notes and tasks here and there. Like this is what I do. But one thing I love about this is how tactile the whole thing is. You can put you can do something like that, and I don't know. I miss the days when tech used to be fun. Like you can actually look. There's a stylus. You can mess around with this thing. Like I love like the physical buttons and the chunkiness. Like all the tap. Like I love this. That's something I miss. I feel like with modern phones and modern tech, like everything is software based and everything is just like mostly a touchscreen. While it's convenient and easy, I feel like it loses that impression. It loses that sort of feel of like ensuring you're doing something right. Like I miss that time. Now, why I'm talking about this is because with cars, I mean, I drive a Toyota Corolla, and I love like how everything's like all mechanical, like everything's all button wise, like it's as is. I feel like if I got my hands behind the Tesla because it's all like all the controls is on a tablet, I think I will be mostly irritated by that. I mean, maybe after a while I'll get used to it. But I don't know you guys, but to me, I feel very discouraged of ever wanting to touch that thing. I didn't mean this to be like a Tesla rant, but I guess it led to that. Apologies if I sounded like a little too harsh in that. I know this top element is heavily butchered, but I mean, I'm literally sketching at the edge of the paper. I'm trying, please. Thank you, Catboy. I really appreciate it. Yeah, the goal for today is at least get this thing done. At least in the state where I feel satisfied to be shown. Because this thing has been shelved for a bit too long, and I want to at least have this guy done so I can move on to other prompts. That's the goal. Okay, I think I might have messed up the amount of these. I think I might have messed up the amount of threads by these brackets versus how many of these can I handle. So I might have to fix that during the digitizing phase, but that's okay. I mean, what matters is, I mean, I got it in. Whoop. Let's see. Can I? Yes, I can. I'm trying to do this without setting up and constantly adjust this. Like, yeah, this will help. I'm gonna quickly just take care of this piece. Oh shit. Yeah, I gotta take care of this too. Don't worry. It's a detail must. I mean, has to be done. Has to be done. Unfortunately, I won't be able to include the discs, the ones at top, because I'm literally all out of space for me to sketch them. So I'm going to do my best. Yeah, I'll just conclude with that. What else can I add? Actually, let me detail this part because that's important. Yeah, make sure you guys can see it. There we go. All right, I think I got the idea on that part. Let's move on to the needles. We're gonna move down to here. Just want to reposition. Yeah, this tripod ain't the best because it does that. Like it sloops down even when you're tightening up. So I'm gonna try and yeah, just kind of guess. I just need to find that reference of a good close up of the needles. I mean, granted, I think I might have butchered the terms a lot of these parts, But I mean, I don't have, I don't have like, I haven't operated, I haven't touched these guys for years, so I'm just guessing. Yeah, I figured the needles will be facing towards you because these are like slanted to the side. Yeah, the one thing I gotta be careful of is I don't want the let's see. I want while I'm doing this, I gotta make sure that they're slanted up top. I want to make them linear because that destroys the illusion of perspective. So I just gotta take my time and ensure that it's well constructed. Yeah, it's got a couple more, and we can handle the other parts. And we got 30 minutes, so that should give me enough time to take care of the remaining elements, which is good. Because I'm hoping. Let's try this. If I can get this done before midnight, would you guys be interested? So what you guys want? Because I'm thinking we're gonna do one. I'm thinking we'll do like the final 30 minutes. For that, would you like to see another prompt of Oswald, like just a sketch form as is, or do you want me to go back on refining Quinn? More Quinn. Alright, then in that case, we'll dedicate the last 30 minutes on just refining Quinn, the best of my abilities. Yeah, while I was looking up names, Quinn Toliver. Well, this stays a sketch because it seems like it will take long to color it. You know, I would like to finalize this. I really do. However, knowing that the amount of time it took on just making the sketch itself, I think that will have to be determined, because the plan that I'm doing is this. Right now, I would say this year itself, the goal is to sketch every prompt I have for Oswald, his friend, and N-11, his companion. That's the biggest goal for this year. Like, have a good collection of all these sketches, like, ready to go. So by next year, I can focus on illustrating and finalizing all of those prompts. And between then I can finally start working on making the official character sheet and actually start working a story. Because like I said, I mean, the story itself, I have the whole thing like laid out. Like everything is, well, I have the outline kind of laid out as is. So all I gotta do now is just to detail it, flesh it out, and go with that. Because the whole point of these prompts is just to get an understanding of the whole environment, like the whole tone. That's like the whole idea of all this. Just mostly designing, like mostly making concept sketch, and evolve the design of Oswald as I go along. That way, when the story is finalized and is ready to go, whether I make a graphic novel or a 3D animatic, I at least got an idea of exactly what Oswald should look like. So I'm not constantly guessing as I develop the whole thing. I mean, change may happen, but at the very least, I like to have a plan, everything laid out as is. Because I don't like kind of bullshitting my way through. Because I do a bit, but it's always good to have a plan so I don't panic and worry what am I supposed to do. I mean, okay, not my best work, but this is how to do. All right, let's move on to. There we go. All right. I figured I'll slowly open up when it comes to the server. To anyone during break time, if you're interested, let me know if you want to be in my personal server of Aikokiku. If you are, let me know, and during break time, I'll add you in the server. I would say, just a little heads up, it can, it is a safe work server, but of course we do joke around. We do occasionally have fun here and there, and we tend to let's just say we tend to make sussy jokes here and there. So just a little heads up. But if you're interested, let me know, and I'll let you in the server. For now, the server, I want to remain like kind of closed off for now, but eventually I will open up more and more. There we go. Let's see, what else? Let's do that. Yeah, why not? All right, let's take care of the cover. Before we get to that, I'll be right back. I'm going to pause the timer just for a moment. Apologies about that. Let's get back to business. Okay. Let's see. What can we do with this cover? The issue with the cover is that it's too small. So I'm going to do this. And the perspective is off, which I hate. I tried to have it like resting on like on an angle, but it just comes off like very awkward. So I'm going to just lay it as if it's kind of like that. Well, that somewhat helped, I guess. Yeah, I figured this is yeah, I say why not. I mean, I could go further, but oh shit, no. Hopefully the shakiness isn't. Hopefully you guys aren't irritated by the shakiness. Oh, that's why the wire. Let me add in more feed if I can. I'll just leave it at that for now, unless Is there anything else I'm missing with this plate? Let me see. No, that's technically it. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's 5. Let's take this one apart. Okay, okay. I think... Let me pull this up. Hang on. I'd say it looks like I reached the point where I feel like I got everything I need, but I feel like I could add more. Let's do this. I'm going to cheat a bit. I'm going to give myself extra 5 minutes, and with that 20 minutes, that's the only time I'll have with this thing. I'm going to keep going and see how far I can go with whatever I need. Once the 20 hits, I'm done. I'm going to move on. Oh yeah, I forgot. I'd say let's refine this part and we can conclude for now. Actually, just conclude just a sketch. Let's see. Alright, there's still elements. You know what? I'm gonna zoom out. There we go. I'm debating what I should do with Oswald because, I mean, you only do so much with him. I mean, I could do this, I guess. Yeah, it's too much. Yeah, let's not be too careless in this. I'm curious. I'm gonna see something. I have an idea of what we can add. Just give me a 1 minute. There we go. There we go. All right, let's see how well this goes. Sorry guys, give me 1 minute. I'm gonna pause the timer. I'm back. Sorry. I figured, I mean, considering he's in the custom garment shop, they might as well they might as well do this. I mean, I got the idea because I mentioned it earlier, but I was I was looking at videos about Concord, and they talk about a lot about character designs. And after viewing those videos, it gave me the idea of exactly like the idea of emphasis and making a character like kind of stand out a lot to really distinct exactly what that character does. So I figured starting adding maybe include some bits that will help make the character a lot more readable and in a way more interesting, because I mean an oversized garment and maybe extra factors is one thing, but I figure maybe have some extra bits that will really make the character pop. And I figure this is one way, because I remember when I worked in Berlin, when I worked at at the farmers market. Well, there it goes. Um, I mean, there's much secret on that part. But when I worked there, they gave me a Dickies work jacket, but it was heavily embroidered by the company's logo. It has the emblem on one patch on one chest, and um, on the other chest it has my nickname, and I was called Mr. Robot. That was my nickname during that era. Um, Unfortunately, I don't have that work jacket anymore because I kind of tossed it when I was let go. But I wish I actually have a photo of it, but I'm going to have to get back. I might have to go to that store to actually take the photo because they have it framed on the wall. Point being, that work jacket that he gave me, it was heavily custom. So I figured if he did that to me, I figured Oswald would have the same. So he'll have the custom cap, he'll have the custom work jacket, he'll have the logo on one patch, on one chest, and the other chest will have his nickname. I'm debating what his nickname should be, but I figured I think that'll be the kind of environment we'll be into. All right, 5 minutes left. 5 minutes left. Let's see what we can add for those last 5 minutes. Let's zoom out. All right, let's think. I figure I might as well add depth. Let me quietly match the. I figured the song is almost ending, so we'll stop when the song ends. feel like I might have exceeded the amount of details in the hair because it's starting to look a little awkward. Yeah, at this point I'm kind of just blazing through what I can add. Just thinking like, what can I do to add like dirt effect on this thing? Yeah, I figure why not. The song is almost over, so oh yeah, that part. Is that included? Oh, that's the bottom tray. I see. Yeah, let's see quickly include that. Okay, that's it. We're done. And there goes my pencil. Woo! All right. Done. For now. All right. Let me just let me pull up the break time. All right, we have one more session. We'll do the 30-minute thing, and I think that'll conclude for today. All right. Oh boy, this took me a long time. I think it took me like 1 or 2 weeks on just the sketching during the first time. Is it hard to work in such machines? Are you referring to this thing? Let me pull up. Let me let's tone down a bit. We went from energetic. Let's spend the last in general, since Oswald looks sweaty. I'll explain that in a moment. Let's yeah, I figured let's tone down a bit. Um, one disadvantage of working with traditional artwork is all the smudges gets in your keyboard, so I had to constantly get all this out before it breaks my keyboard. All right. In general, since Oswald looks sweaty, the answer to that, well, based on experience, we're in that type of environment. Thankfully, it depends where you are. When I was in the farmers market, they have air conditioning, so thankfully we're able to wear our shirts without any problems. I think maybe like if I was like handling a lot with a lot of garments like in a short time, like bustling through like one area to another and all that stuff, maybe I will sweat a bit. But considering if it's like in the warehouse, then yes, it does get very very sweaty. I can see with Oswald, considering he's working a graveyard shift, and usually in that time, most of the power tends to go off in itself. So the air conditioner itself will actually shut off as well. So that leaves him with just fans and stuff. Especially during summertime, all that humidity along with the heat itself will build up within the environment itself. So I can imagine him being like extremely like very sweaty and warm in an environment like that. So I can imagine he has to grab a couple fans just to keep himself cool. But it's not just that, it's just that for him to be able to handle all this type of equipment, it is kind of important to have your with the Dickies, like the work jacket that I had to wear at the time. It was well cuffed, and it's necessary because you do work with a lot of equipment, like a lot of pieces and a lot of moving parts in here. So it's very important to have your sleeves like well in. But I can imagine with him, he wears like a lot of oversized garments, so it's very loose. The issue with that is that if you handle on this type of equipment with that type of outfit, then it's not very ideal, and it's kind of unsafe, because imagine if the equipment goes off and his loose sleeve will get snagged in it. It's not ideal. So I guess it's for him, he has to take it off to actually work on machines, because it's kind of easy to break the equipment if you don't have the right attire. So there's that. It's humidity, that's one thing, but also it's the smell. I mean, you may not believe it, but the smell is another thing that most people tend to not think of. It gets very smelly. When I had to work with direct to garment kind of thing, I mean, it's a very confined space. But the biggest thing is that when we had to pre-treat the t-shirts, so what we had to do is, in order to make our process of actually making custom printed shirts is what's called DDG, direct the garment. And how it works is this: you get the garment, you get the T-shirt itself. You have to treat it. So you go to a blue machine to actually put it in, and it sprays a bunch of glue on top of the T-shirt. That's what's called treating. You take the shirt, you put it on the machine, in this case the printer that I showed you earlier, and that prints a shirt. Without that treatment, the ink will just be on top of the surface of the garment, and when it heats up, it most likely will peel and it will not be good. When you treat the shirt, all that ink will stick in the glue and inside the garment itself. So that's why even like 5 to 7 washes, it will still retain the thing itself. I apologize, I cannot speak too much because my throat is killing me, but I'm going to try my best. Sorry, give me 1 minute. Sorry, my throat is a little congested, so I'm trying. After you print it and you heat it up, heating the when you put it in the heat press of the T-shirt itself, it creates like a unique smell from the from the heated cotton and also the glue itself. So imagine having to be exposed to that like 6 to 8 hours a day. Eventually that smell will get to you and it get on your clothes. With this, not only have to worry about the sweat, you also have to think about the lubricant that you have to insert, the spray, the grease, because yes, the grease itself is smelly in the thing, the oil, and also the threads of the threads and also the heat of the gears constantly going through these machines itself. So all that does generate a good amount of smell if you don't put it in the right environment. From other custom apparel shops, they tend to have a good amount of space and good air conditioner, and they have a proper cleaning routine. So with that, they're able to bypass the smell in some way. If you have the right environment to put in. Unfortunately, where we're at is very makeshift. So in the farmers market, it was confined in just so the best way I can describe it. Imagine, let's see. Think. Okay. Imagine this box. Yeah, it's a clock. I get it. Imagine this box being the entire production room of the farmers market. Our entrance is only one way. It was right here. This area is kind of like the desk, and it has a computer monitor in front. That's to show the customers what custom garments they have. There's a bunch of custom like blank canvas caps right here. The embroidery machine will be right here. There's 2 of them, the 3-head and the one standalone right here. The printer is located right here. Vinyl cut is right here. The heat press is right here. Let's see what else. Oh yeah, the vinyl cutter is right here. Now the issue is that everything is confined in a very, very tight space. That's one. There's also glass walls right here and here. That's to show the customers the whole production side. I mean, I get what I get what the boss is trying to do, but in a way I don't like it because it makes me feel like a zoo animal. But it's just that the area is very, very tight, and technically we're supposed to clean the area itself, but unfortunately when you're being shouted every 5 minutes to keep on with the orders, you don't have the time to actually clean up. So imagine that environment with him. That's kind of what he has to deal with. Not enough time to clean, very tight and confined space, and of course he works in a graveyard shift, so the air conditioner will not be on, so that means he's going to have to deal with the heat and all the humidity and all that garbage. So yeah, I hope that answered your question, Shirley. Oh yeah, while we're in break, I'll give the offer to you guys who are still around. If you want, just message right now if you want to be in this. If you're not in the Discord server of Aikukiku, if you want to, let me know if you want to be in, and I'll DM you on Discord for it. I'm only offering right now because I know that there's some people who wants to get in, so I'm going to give the offer to you now. I will tell you, like, I mean, the Aikokiku is a server. I mean, it's a decent, right now it's like a decent size, and there has been a good amount of stuff in there, and there's good people there. I would say it can get a little sussy at times, like in a joking way. So just heads up. So if you want, just message right now, and I'll add you to it. Yeah, right now, I want to limit my speech at the moment because my throat is kind of like getting out. So I just want to take my time and conserve it as much as I can. I might as well just get ready before that time comes. So I know this may not be necessary, but I might as well just. I mean, I might as well just tell you the tools I use. So if there's something that interests you with the tools I used, I'd like to let you guys know what I use in that case. So. Funnily enough, this sketch pad, I had it since college. I had it for a drawing class, and I've used it for some time for some sketches here and there. However, I kind of stopped, and ever since I left the class and did other things, I kind of just stopped sketching for a bit, and this thing has been sitting around for a long, long time. Funnily enough, the only reason I got back to this thing is because of this. Here you go. That's behind the scenes. This is the first thing I drew when I found my sketch pad buried in the closet. yeah, this was a sketch version of Roll's gift back in February. So it began with that, and eventually, oh, there you go. Here you go, guys. You can here's an exclusive peek of you know who. There you go. There you go. Okay, good luck. All right. Yeah, that. I mean, eventually, it just went to where we are right now. Funnily enough, the last page is actually that. So, all right, break time's over. All right, we're gonna be done. We're gonna do one last round. I'd say for the last round, it's gonna be a little short. We're gonna do 3 minutes. As always, I'll do the usual shout outs to the people still sticking around. So we got Any Dream on, Shirley Vega, and the Cowboy Next Door. Thank you three for still sticking around, and for that, we'll do one more out. We'll do one more round, but we'll do half a round. Let's see. Are you working? There we go. Oh yeah, Catboy. I'll just say this very quick. I know, Catboy. Are you interested on being in the server? Because I know you. I know that there are some people who's been asking for it. Well, let me know. Until then, let's have some fun. Okay. Oh. This is interesting. Let me pause the timer for a moment. Let me see if I can find you. Hang on. There you are. Yeah. Once you add me, Catboy, I just yeah. Once you accepted my request, I'll give you the link. Until then, let's get to this. I figured we can play around with this guy. This has been my most favorite mechanical pencil I've used because I love how pristine and specific, like how firm the lines can be. So usually when I finalize a sketch, I tend to use this a lot. Yeah, now that I got used to drawing like this, it makes this whole thing a lot easier. I thought might as well add the idea of having him wear an earring. I remember back then that used to be kind of the cool, like that used to be the thing back then. No, my pencil. There you go. You move. You're gonna be right there. There you are. All right. There we go, as promised. Yeah, I can really see him having like more spiky hair rather than messy. I can see Oswald having more of a messy hair look, while he has more of a kind of this aesthetic, more of like spiky. Yeah, I might as well just reveal a bit on this. So this is an old skateboard brand company called Diamond Supply Co. Uh, Literally, they're kind of famous just with the snap. The brand is kind of famous with most of their apparel being mostly like based on diamond, like the Diamond Supply, with the T-shirts to the hats, the shoes. Like this used to be a very big thing back in the 2010s. This and the Obey hat. I'm not sure you remember that. If you don't, the Obey hat used to be, imagine Supreme, that Supreme hat, only bigger, and it just says Obey. That was kind of like the teen level, like that's kind of like the affordable version of Supreme at the time. So I remember I used to own the Dine Supply cap itself, and I remember I wore it for a good amount of time. Unfortunately, the one I have is long gone, but I would like to get a replacement someday. I think those are pretty affordable now, so hey, anything's possible. But yeah, while like thinking the idea of Quinn, it kind of brought, like while design came, it kind of brought me back on that era where I'm not sure if you guys remember this era, but there used to be a time when we used to say swag and YOLO. That was the era at the time. This is when Instagram was like starting up, and back then, when Instagram was first opened, it used to be just simply a place where you post pictures and you have that vintage looking filter. I remember using the app a lot just for the filter itself, and I think that app next to Tumblr kind of gave birth to the whole hipster subculture that was big at the time. But the main point is, you know, but the main point is, in that era, we had the emos, we had the skaters, we had the hipsters, but there's also a subgroup before they were called hypebeast. I'm not sure what they're called now, but before they're called hypebeast, they used to be called. I can't say the word because TOS, but I'll say it's swag, a bundle of sticks. That's all I'll say. That was the term that we called them back then. But yeah, back then, you got the kids wearing like the Obey hats, the Diamond Supply cap, a lot of the sports caps, and it's kind of like again, it's like the proto version of Hypebeast. So yeah, I remember it's in my time, a lot of my peers tend to wear the caps all the time. Surprisingly, they've been able to wear that in school, which is quite a shocker. But yeah, I would love to get those caps and just rep it, because hey, it's no longer hype, so anything is possible. Well, then again, my boyo is now repping Dime Supply, so if it comes to time when it becomes popular again, I would love my royalties. I figured, why not just take care of the pants? There we go. Because it's like a little too plain. I'm going to zoom out just so you guys can see. You know, if in a way, it feels like I'm transported back to 2010. Yeah, this is where I'm going to keep going. I'm just going to keep adding stuff till time runs out. You know, I think might as well for the remaining time, might as well just add a background. Yeah, honestly, I'm kind of running out of ideas. This is not good. Yeah, I'm kind of bullshitting a bit. How did he and Oswald met? So, in the story, one day Oswald was just in the flea market as usual, and until he encountered, well, this happens like later in the story. I think like after he left his current job and found a better one. So, what happens is when Oswald went to the flea market, he encounters a bunch of people, um, just simply talking to Oswald, saying like, "Hey, I got your stuff. Are you looking for this?" And Oswald's confused. And when he questioned like, "Why are you talking to me like this?" they they said to Oswald, "Weren't you here like an hour ago?" So he was confused, but he brushed it off. And so he continued on the flea market outside, and that's when he encountered a lookalike. And after a couple chasing, he discovers Quinn, who is actually Boyo from Philly, who just stopped by at the farmers market just to have a look around and just see what's up. I guess you could say the two hit off and they spend the day just enjoying the farmers market, the arcade, popcorn, like that sort of thing. So it's mostly accidental. I'm curious. Just want to see what's up. Like, I want to see if. Oh. Yeah, I figure. I mean, with the last minute, we can just we'll just take it easy, and just do this. Yeah, I think we can conclude this point. Um, I've only done so much what I can do with the limited space I have. But yeah, that will be the end of round 4.5, I think. Honestly, I kind of lost count at this point. All right, here is Quinn Toliver. Yeah, I feel like I made a decent job of him. Funny enough, when I was choosing the name of QT, you got much done through though. Thank you. How old is he? Good question. Let me see. Let me just go my references. Oswald is 10, so he will be. I could see him 10 and a half. Let me write that down before I forget. Yeah, funnily enough, when choosing the name of Quinn Toliver, while choosing it, it sounds very close to this one guy who I used to hate a long time ago. He too was also a skater himself, and he used to be into like He used to be like very big into BMX. That was his thing. He does a bit of skateboarding, but BMX was his thing. I remember he will rep in like complete like skater outfit, and even the shoes, like the DC and Osiris shoes with the Rasta, the green, yellow, red shoelaces. That was a thing at the time. I remember that. I remember quite well, and I remember hating him so much. So I don't know where he is now. I mean, possibly dead, maybe in jail. Who knows? But still, I guess you could say this is my tribute to him. So, I mean, it's been like, what is it, 15 years? So, hopefully he's better. Let's say that. Hopefully he's a lot better. Let's not end that with a sour note. But yeah, I'm glad. Well, in a way, I'm kind of happy that I made Oswald's friend. So hopefully you enjoy his look as of now. I mean, it may not be the final version, but I'd say it's a good contrast compared to what he first looked like weeks ago. So yeah, let me zoom out. So yeah, we got Quinn Toliver all fleshed out, ready to go, and this thing is finally done. Well, in sketch form. So yeah, it took a while, but I'm glad I've been able to finalize some pieces before I make this public. But yeah, I think that will conclude for today's session. There will be another session in this Thursday. Yeah, so many lines. Yeah, there will be another session this Thursday. It'll be another sketch of Oswald, but for Thursday, it'll be additional prompts. I'll show you. Let's see. Hang on. Yeah, so there's a bunch of prompts I have for Oswald. I'll just give you a quick teaser of what to expect. So yeah, so got a long way to go, but I'm hoping to get all this done before the beginning of November. So I mean, I'm gonna do my best, but of course I got art trade and stuff in queue. But let's see how much we can get done. I don't want to sound negative. I just want to say like a lot of things, juggling a lot of things. So you can do so much. But yeah, I would say thank you guys so much for sticking around. We made it to the 5-hour mark, which is not bad. All right, as always, I'll give the final shout outs to the people who still stick around. So we got Anna Dream On, Shirley Vega, and the Cowboy Next Door. Thank you three for still sticking around. I would say it's very satisfying knowing that I got this done, and I finally got Oswald Friend developed. So yeah, I don't want to speak too much because my throat's killing me, but still, I'm happy with everything that's done today. Thank you guys so much for sticking around. Until then, I'll see you all Thursday. Good night, everyone.